appreciate it. Save me. Yeah. Oh, okay, okay. You smiling? You good though? Yeah, definitely smile though. So, you single? What's your name? Brittany. Where you from? Orange, Texas. Where you from? Where you lying at? See? You acting childish. You glad that. Like, what's up? Like, what you want? What's up, brother? Never mind.
Instead of placing you in temporary teeth, you get your permanent teeth in 24 hours. After nearly 10 years of combined research and development, we've refined our proprietary processes. Our skilled lab professionals work through the night so you can receive your permanent teeth the next day.
It's literally the day of surgery. You get the implants placed, we get the scans, we get all the records, we send this to the lab, and literally at that, like just overnight, they'll make the zirconium prosthesis.
Click the button below to see if you may be eligible for newly permanent teeth in 24 hours.
From the creators of bacon, Applewood smoked ham, ham and Swiss melts, 2 for $7. Arby's, we have the meat.
I don't know what type of guys you want in school, what type of client, but I'm not one of them. I don't just go with that. I'm not one.
I thought you was trying to get me to feel.
I mean, to speak, what? I'm trying to know you. That's it, though. Like, you laughing. So I'm trying to get to know you, but not like be my woman. I'm trying to use you. I'm trying to find some friends. Let's be good friends. So you focus on my pocket, but that's it. Like, you just focus on money.
I mean, why not, though?
That's why not. You don't know me, though. It ain't about this money, though. I mean, it took a lot of mental stuff, mental courage. You know, what type of woman you are.
Or you're not trying to take me shopping tonight?
Take you shopping for what? I don't know.
Why not?
Take me shopping?
No.
Okay, that's why you shopping. What? So like, what you bring to the table? Like, why should I take you shopping? Like, what you doing for me?
I bring myself to the table.
Yourself. What else you bring to the table? It's you.
Yeah.
Okay, chew yourself up about it, then you go to the bathroom. Yeah, have a nice day.
It's just
Enjoy your walk.
stay blessed.
Yep. Y'all these fellas. Yo. Getting out of hand. Like, you think her, just because her looks, the way she looks, like she about to just go ahead and just next me. Like, y'all gotta get aware, man. A lot of females, man, they just focus on money, that's it. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't bringing a bag to the table or you're not taking them shopping or spoiling them, then you're going to the next man, y'all. Just stay aware of that. But y'all like the video right now, man. Just sure I come turn that bell. See you guys next weekend, and I'm out. Peace. Oh my God. Oh, this is all great. Sure, it's super big, man. I'm very tatted up. Might be a very compliment. Yeah, I like your tattoo. What's your name? Yoshi. I mean, nice to meet you. Damn, you leave me hanging like this? I had my hand out trying to, shake your hand. Oh no, slow down, bro. You still walking while I'm talking to you. That's disrespectful. You don't got no time to speak real quick to talk real quick? So, like I said, my name like I'm new right here. Just walk my neighborhood right now, so try me some new friends. Yeah, that's be a good friend. You get your Instagram. Why not?
Like you a little player.
A little player. But I'm not though. You can't tell me I'm not though. You know?
You still want to talk money to friend.
I mean, it feels special. You look amazing. You know? I don't think I just put every female on the same. You look good. So let me get your ground.
It seems like it's just a regular line.
A regular line. Nah, it's not though.
I don't
Unbelievable. Let me show you then. Damn, that's how you feel? Nah, I get it. Have a nice day then, alright? Enjoy your walk. She said it like I'm a player. Alright. She was pretty though. Super thick. Pretty little smile. Oh look. God, this what's up is crazy. She walking back. Now she's speed walking. Let's see what she gotta say though, y'all. Yeah, what up? What's good?
Is your car?
Of course, well, what's up?
It's really nice. I like it.
I appreciate it, that's why I ain't got it.
So what?
I said I appreciate it, that's why I ain't got it.
Oh, okay. Well, do you know we like photo shoots and stuff?
You said what?
You do like photo shoots?
Nah.
No? Okay. So when you do this car, you like fast riding or like?
Nah, I just got it because I just cruising. I got a regular car, I just drive it. That's it.
Speaking driving in the city.
Driving in the city, huh? Yeah. So,
I mean, I guess I can be your friend.
you guess you can be my friend. Why are you saying you guess like you doing me a favor or something?
Like you're a nice person. Like
I mean, I am. I'm glad you know that though, but you were being real rude. Yeah. So what took you so long to figure out that you're being rude?
Like, back in the time, I had realized I'm like,
So because you're not doing nothing? It's the only reason you gave me another chance? So how did it make me feel special?
I mean, you say you're looking for a friend.
I mean, yeah, but the only reason you came back and you said that you're not doing nothing, like, that made me feel like I'm not special. I mean, you only came back because you're not doing nothing. Like,
Yeah, I thought about it. I was kind of rude. And then,
hold on, I can't hear you. Come on this side over here. Come on this side. So what you was saying?
I was saying like I was kind of rude.
I'm sorry. So why should I give you another chance? You're a good person. I mean, it seems like it's hard to believe that though. Because Sidewalk said something else. You know?
I was kind of like, reading something that kind of my mind was, I can't remember.
I feel like that. Excuse right there. I feel like you capping now. What you mean why? I see it in your face. You capping right now. What's the real reason you came back? Let's be honest.
I'm not doing nothing, so it was like, why not? Let's just go.
So if I was walking still, you came back from me? If I was still walking?
Yeah, I'm probably just walking around like, I'm not doing nothing.
I thought it's California. I don't know the reason you came back to this car. Just getting out. shit. Show you a model. Oh, you like you just like taking pictures? Okay. Now you would look good in front of the car. Yeah, let me see. Matter of fact, let me take a picture in front of the car. Let me see how you would look. I'm taking off my phone. This car requires good poses though, so they can be taking poses and don't even worry about it. Oh, a lot of movement going on back there. Yeah. Okay, I got that one. Okay. Check it out. You like that?
Cute. That's real cute. You do good.
Okay, well, I'm gonna send it to you when I get your number.
Okay.
You know? Let's talk inside real quick then. Let's talk inside. It's a little windy outside.
It's like strangers.
Nah, I really don't, but just because it's windy outside. I told you. No, and I ain't got nothing to worry about with you. Get outside, you want me? So you got your whole day, try to do it all at once. Yeah, like you did it all at once. They did a good job with your artists. So where you started at first?
I do like the outline.
Oh yeah, outline at first. Then you came right to the shade?
Yeah, that's
Wow. So why you stopped though? Why you just can't hurry that better? Did you know like you can use like numb cream?
I do like.
Did it work? It still work? It still hurt? You looked at it wrong one. What's number cream you already got? If you remember.
Like tattoo.
Oh, I ain't talking about, yeah, I know you're talking about, yeah. The white little, yeah. So that ain't work?
After a while,
Oh, yeah. Especially right earlier, be like, I noticed elbows and, the burn, right? Yeah, the burn. Okay, so you couldn't handle it no more. See, so I gotta finish it though, because you started it. You can't start it not finished. Because the outline probably looking crazy without getting shade, right? They should probably kind of settle. Just outline. Oh, okay. I need to get my leg time, but I was going to get the bottom half, not the last. I was going to get the bottom half. But now you're saying this. Yeah. I think I might get some this week. Yeah, I might get some this week. I got a lot of something. Yeah, I'm gonna get both of that. I hit both of my legs. Come with me. That's something I'm gonna earn. Hopefully this, to the pressure we have right now, we continue to keep this going. Not like a friendship, you know what I'm saying? That shit be valid, that shit be really genuine. Because I don't know people. You know what I'm saying? I gotta make sure you just before I invite you to come on to the section, I'm about to talk more, text me. Because that'll take me some time next week, so that's enough time to figure you out. You feel me? Yeah, you can say that. Yeah, you can say that. So you single right now? How long you been single? What's up? 2 years? Now, why you been single?
I've been when I moved here, it was like, you go to the city, you don't really want to deal with that.
Yeah. So where you from?
I'm originally from Chicago, but
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm from Ohio. Yeah. Fort Wayne. How far there? It ain't too far, right? Yeah. I used to go to the Pacers, I think. Right? The Pacers?
Oh, they
Yeah. I went to one of their games. Yeah, I went to one of their games one time. Come from my city. Drove all the way to it ain't too far. It ain't too far. You been there before?
I've never been about that.
You met some guys from Ohio. So how do they treat you? That's bad work. That's funny. So you like guys that trick on you? I'm not on trick. So yeah, you come back.
It's like a trick, like I would call it a trick. I never said
You
that.
hear what you said? I don't back in. My woman got a you feel me? We're not
Like,
like,
what's your argument?
but she my woman different. She my woman. It's different, but she.
Quinn's last health point blinked. He was dying, and no one was coming to save him. The crowd had gone silent. The only thing he could hear was...
You have done well to survive. Everything will be fine. I've sharpened a bone to use as a weapon. Rest easy. I am not your enemy here. Tohomaru. These two are called Mutsu and Hyoga. They will live in residence starting today. From now on, you will do your studies and train in swordsmanship with them. Mutsu, Hyogo, I will strive for an era of peace alongside my father. It will be an era where no war will meet their fate like this, nor suffer the hardships you two did. And to that end, I will make Daigo the strongest domain in the entire realm.
So you know, Master, we share the same aspirations as you do. In my own humble way, I serve as your right hand, and Hyogo as your left hand. Until your ambitions are met and reached, we shall protect you with all that we have.
And now that very day, You're coming with us. Why the hell are you here? Our Lord ordered this of me, so as to protect you from the shadows. The Homaru is the heir of Daigo. Ensure without fail that he returns to the castle. Please, it is time for you to retreat now. Out of my way! If I do not defeat Yakimaru, this land will be destroyed. But these are the Lord's orders. I refuse. Forgive me. Yakimaru. Master, carry him for me.
Hey! Stop it! Let go!
You must ensure the death of Yakimaru. This will make it easier to do that.
It is cowardly to use the helpless in such a way.
I care not for foolish sentiments. You took an oath of your very body, your very mind, and your very soul. It is your duty to protect the young master. You shame yourselves being protected by him. Let's move. wish. You mean you haven't seen her here? No, sir. Just telling you why. Yes, well, the doctor should know where to find her. Master, please wait! Master! You fool! Why did you come with me to fight? You should have stayed behind to rest. Mutsu, if you had just said something, we could have realized sooner something was wrong. They wouldn't have gotten hurt. I'm going in. You mustn't, Master. Move! No! The doctors say she has the disease. We cannot miss you catching it.
Well said, Hyogo. Forgive me, young master. With this new injury and this disease, I am no longer able to see that you fulfill your dreams. I will never see the prosperous and peaceful end you will one day establish. But I know for certain you will achieve it soon enough. I believe in that with all my heart. Hyogo, you can still use your right arm, yes?
I can.
Very good. For as long as that body of yours can move, protect the young master until the very end.
I will. Without fail, I will avenge you. Everything you tried to protect with your life, I will, with all that I have, protect it to the end.
It's no use. Oh, big bro.
things get lively.
You again?
You sure seem to have the devil's luck with you, don't you, kiddo? The people here found you after you washed ashore looking a little worse for wear.
Where am I? Hey, look! Was there a lady that was found with me? Real pretty?
Dororo is awake. Hey, you sure slept long enough. Feeling okay now?
Yeah, thank you. Wait a second. She's here.
When she heard about the invalids here, she asked if she could help. Volunteer. And we're short on hands, so it's perfect timing. So, correct me if I'm wrong here, but isn't that woman Lord Daigo's wife?
Oh! No! She's not!
Okay then, right. These are all people who don't have any place to go. Some had their savings confiscated from the war effort, while some had their entire villages burned because of the epidemic. We all have nowhere else to go, so we just stick together.
All because of Daigo.
It's not like Lord Daigo is doing all of this just to spite his own people. It's to protect the land, right? He's doing it because he thinks it is necessary. Huh. You're always talking like you understand everything. I mean, I want to go up to that damn woman and tell her she can go rot in hell. Jada, I know, but damn it. I feel so miserable just sitting here. I need to do something. We have always had our lives tossed upside down at the merciless whims of the samurai. It is unbearable.
There. Hey, so... I know that you lost your pretty little mama, too. You'll be alright, okay?
Drifting downstream with Lord Daigo's wife, you sure do have the flair for the dramatic. So what are you going to do now?
Well, I'm still figuring that out. You ain't up, little one. You can survive out here just fine, even without your mama. For now, the castle is in some sort of a big uproar. I can imagine. When my son was born, I'm positive that I heard him let out a crying wail. And right after, there was a sudden white flash. And when the light disappeared, he was already... I felt that he was the most precious thing in my life. Yakimaru might turn into a demon god if you don't stop him. But the demon god flame inside him is getting stronger and stronger. But I can't do anything about it. But that's... Although, maybe there's a way. It's Daigo! Daigo's army is coming! Huh?
So how was it? It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. A massive force of Daigo soldiers have gathered at the Two Pines up the hill. They're preparing for battle. Seems like they've rounded up all the soldiers left behind at the mountain castle. When you say at the Two Pines, well, that's just past the climb up the North Cliff. So then, is there another enemy besides the Asakura? I'm not sure. It's just they seem to be rather flustered. I mean, it's like they're scared of something. Scared? They kept saying a demon god is coming.
Demon god.
Do not let them reach the castle! Run!
denied what was yours. So now, take me instead. I've freely given to you my body as sacrifice. Just please protect our land. I beg you, protect the whole realm.
We're here!
Stay back! No, Master! You must not touch me!
Are you making a deal with the demon gods? Why do such a thing?
I may not be able to fight, but my soul will be able to stand alongside you and Hyogo forever. For Taiko.
What's wrong? Utsu!
The agreement between Daigo Kagemitsu and the demon gods may only be fulfilled with Body Yakimaru, the true heir of Daigo.
Getting close. But we don't know for sure if it's Yakimaru yet. Well, if it is him, he's probably headed straight for Daigo. No doubt. Hey, that stuff you told me earlier? About when he was first born? Yes. Well, when we find your son, could you maybe tell him that? You should tell him. His mother cares about him. You care about him. He needs to hear it. Hear it from you.
Give him back. Dororo! Back up! acting strange. Something's not right. I'll go up and take a look. We can make a break for it after that.
We're on our way.
You're wrong. These are Daigo's eyes now. And Daigo's limbs. If you tear them off, the land will fall. In fact, it is already on the verge of collapse. You shattered the demons, and you must... Your entire body will now be become Daigo's flesh and blood! No! It's alive! The demon gods.
Tahomaru, Mutsu and Hyogo too. Don't do it!
No! If you jump into something like that, you will not be able to survive.
But I gotta stop him!
No. In his current state, Yakimaru may not even be able to recognize you.
What?
The other three are not themselves either. I remember it clearly. That dark, evil presence. I am sure of it. It is the one present in the Hall of Hell.
The Hall of Hell. What's that? It is the temple where the 12 demon gods who feed on Hyakimaru are enshrined. What? However, there is one among the 12 who failed to devour him.
Yes, of course. Now I see the full picture. That is why Hyakimaru didn't die at birth, and why he was followed by the demon gods. They tried to... They failed to consume.
So why hasn't he gotten any body parts back recently, despite killing more demon gods?
What exactly is he still missing then?
Both of his arms and also his eyes.
Does that not match the state those three are currently in? The power of the demon gods reside in them. It is a gruesome battle for occupation between Hyakimaru and the 12th demon god.
This all happened due to the agreement made by my husband, Lord Daigo Kagemitsu. It is impossible for this land to prosper without Hyakimaru's sacrifice.
Yakimaru.
That's why Tahomaru. But that's...
Hey! Help! Somebody catch that horse!
hold on!
I wouldn't.
Hugo!
We would even follow you to hell.
And you did.
Omaha, Nebraska.
Big bro! Yakimaru! Big bro. Yakimaru? I am...
Please, Mother, just stand back.
Tomoru.
With all that has happened, you would still offer sympathy to that goddamn freak? That is our land's demise. Stop.
It won't end.
Even among the animals, the bond between mother and child is strong.
Please, please stop this.
These are my hands. They belong to me. Why is everyone getting in my way? The body you worked so hard to regain will be stained with their blood. It will weigh heavy on you. Will you still be human then, boy? Human? What is a human? I am. That is our land's demise. No! It's mine. I'm getting it back. I'm getting everything back. You will not escape. I see. He's gotten his arms back so his reach is longer. The body you worked so hard to regain will be stained with their blood. Even so, it belongs to me.
How can I get him to put an end to all of this?
That's tough. At this rate, it probably won't stop until one of them is dead. So, from what I heard people talking about, this Yakimaru guy got his body parts back from the demon gods, and that's why the land is turning to ruin.
Yeah, so, and what of it?
Well, if he just gives his body back to the demon gods...
What's that? So what? Now you guys want to use Big Girl as food, demon god? Do you realize how much pain he went through just to get his body back? He went through hell! You should at least have some idea since you've suffered plenty yourself. But you're okay with having to make another human go through your curse.
Peace built upon the sacrifice of someone else is awfully fragile. I understand that painfully well now. These 10-odd years of prosperity that our land has enjoyed, it was all due to the soul sacrifice of Yakimaru. We were but plump little chicks, being fed by a mother hen. We simply stood here, mouths open, gulping down whatever was fed to us. That which we do not obtain with our own hands is not something we can protect.
Therefore, this shouldn't happen.
I no longer have the power to even stop my own children.
With our own hands, huh? The samurai in all the wars, they've stolen so many things from us over and over again. But complaining about samurai and wars doesn't change anything. Because we still end up depending on them to do things for us. If we want to protect something, if there's something that we want, and like Big Bro, we have to do it.
Damn right.
We have to do whatever it takes and grab a hold of it with our own hands. We must become stronger to do that. We need to gather our strength together.
Yes, that is one way. But I would be careful with that. You saw them fight earlier. Pursuing strength may lead you to becoming a violent demon god as well. Or you could let go of such power, engaging in no fights. The way of the Buddha. The way of mercy.
Buddha.
But with either path you follow, you may no longer be human.
My lord! Another Asakura force has emerged in the east. There are about 1,500 of them.
Dispatch men from Mitsutoshi's regiment. If the eastern defense falls, they'll reach our core immediately. Tell the men to fend off the enemy at whatever cost.
Yes, sir.
I cannot be defeated. Falling here would mean everything has been for naught. A fruitless dream. Everything. That must not be allowed to happen. I am the lord of this land. I cannot have been wrong.
My lord, we've just received a report that the young master is currently in a battle with a demon-like boy at the Two Pines. They also say it was an abnormal spectacle.
What exactly do you mean by an abnormal spectacle?
I'm not sure, my lord. All I know is that he has only Mutsu and Hyoga with him.
I can spare no troops to send to him. Worry not. Tohomaru is the heir of Daigo. He will undoubtedly return victorious. I refuse to believe he could lose to that pile of demon remnants. And neither shall I. I shall defend the eastern front myself! Get ready to march! That's right. This is how it must be. Master! All of you
Omaha. Matter of fact, we just passed through Omaha. And we should make it another 3.5 hours today. And then tomorrow we'll be in Idaho. Tomorrow morning, drove all day. Be done by like 11. This is a hike, yo. I'd rather be driving this in the daytime. I haven't drove it like a minute, and it's been kind of rough trying to drive at night. Around 3 o'clock, between 2 and 4, bro, it's hard to stay awake. Especially on these roads where ain't nothing out here. On the streets. I gotta pull over. You don't even go to a rest area, you just go on the on ramp, the off ramp, and just pull because it'd be too much. But yeah, it's a good day though, I ain't gonna lie. We having fun, chilling, watching movies, playing games, take a little walk, and then get back to it. And then tomorrow we get over here, deliver.
mother was...
Where's my son?
Our mother. She is my mother. We're never a part of this place. There's nothing of you, not even memories. Not a single shadow of your existence. So, why? Why what? You were always here. Your entire life. And I am nothing like you. Then why aren't you complete? What did you say? You're missing something. You are mistaken. Shut up! If I lack anything, it is because of you. Like Motsu and Hyogo, Mother too. Koga. I want it back. Every last piece of you belongs to this land.
He's gotta be up there. But how can I get to him? I'm on my way. I'm coming, big bro. I'll be right there. Look, I'm so glad you're here. Everything past this point is in flames. What are you doing with that?
Well, the lady down there is taking the secret passage.
Secret passage? No. Please wait for me up there. I will need you to pull it up whenever I get out. I'm going to! Please just stay by my son's side, as you have always done. I will.
You must be Yakimaru. is a pivotal moment in your fate. Watch it closely. With those two eyes of yours.
What was that?
My lord, I come bearing great news. Forgive me, I hesitate to tell you this, but a fire has broken out inside the castle and spread along the castle walls. The young master's residence has been partially destroyed.
Feared that very well. We will crush the Asakura.
On this day, defend off the Asakura army, and all men laid down their lives for Daimyo. And in the end, the last remaining statue of the demon gods crumbled and fell. Yet not a soul was there to notice.
Look, I get what you're saying about not relying on the samurai in order for us to make an independent living. And of course, we would do that if we could. But we lack enough power to be independent. For us, we can't use katana or spears.
You won't need that. That's not really the kind of power I'm talking about.
Then what is it that you have in mind?
It's very simple, fellas. We won't rely on samurai or demon gods, and no more wars. A little financing, it can be done.
All right, but how are we supposed to get that kind of money? If we had that around, we wouldn't be suffering.
I have it. Well, it's a little far away from here, but I kind of have my own hidden mountain of gold.
You serious?
Okay then, where's this place?
Yeah, right. I'm heading out to get it in a couple of days, so get ready for some big changes.
Well, that is quite the bold idea you have planned, isn't it?
It's like you hear everything. You started all this, you know? You told me to think about how I can use the money I have.
I had not thought about it to that extent. Common folk working together to form their very own domain. I suppose I never would have had that idea myself. I am one of the samurai, after all.
What? You? A samurai?
Never you mind. And by the way, what has Yakimaru been up to? He seems to be stuck in deep thought ever since that fateful day.
Yeah. So I told him all about my new plans, thinking it would cheer him up a bit. But he just stood up all of a sudden and left, saying he had something to check on.
Oh, really? To check what?
He just kind of mumbled something about it being personal, and that was it. My only guess is that he wants to make sure that his body is working okay and everything.
Yeah. You alright? You gotta go pee? Huh?
So you've taken everything back from the demon god.
You gotta pee?
What do you think of this land you're seeing for the first time? Is it beautiful? No, not beautiful. Of course not. This land and its people have bled far too much for you. In fact, they will continue to bleed for some time. But I shall not let this domain fall. If we stop preying on others, we become the prey. Which is why I shall not stop. I shall continue to live through this hell. If the demon gods wish for human sacrifice, then I shall just feed them again. You would let them take me a second time? Why would I not? To be a samurai means there's no greater desire than to rule over the land. So to that end, I do not mind relying on the power of the demon gods. If I made any mistake, there is only one thing I would change. The day of your birth. I should not have left you to the midwife. I should have strangled you with my own two hands. You may hate me. But even in death, I shall reign from beyond with my true son, Tahomaru. We will be demon gods and protect this land.
Yep, you gotta go.
He is still not back.
No, and he's not at the castle either. Even though he said he would be right back.
Well, it could be possible that he has already left this region.
What do you mean?
I mean, he may have left for another journey.
You're not saying he would never do that. He wouldn't just walk away. How can he just leave me?
Now, just calm down. That boy has finally had a proper birth into this world. Not just because he regained his body, but his state of mind.
I don't understand.
He was halfway down the path of blood and carnage, and now he must retrace the path to humanity. That will prove a difficult task, considering the number of lives he's taken.
And well, he also just lost both his mother and his brother, too. I tried to tell him that none of it was his fault, but, well...
If Yakimaru ends up going down the wrong path, there is no telling if you would be safe.
No, not anymore! He would never do something like that again!
Perhaps the reason he left is to prove that to himself.
But then... Yakimaru...
What's this? The path I choose to take does not lead that way. I'm human. You are human as well. Live on, and do not become a demon. If I had not sought the help of the demon gods on that day, if you had been the one to succeed this land, the prosperity I desired for Daigo may have been realized. Yakimaru, it was within you and your desire to live, a strength that even the demon gods craved.
Don't you worry. I'll be waiting. And I know you'll come back. Back by my side.
Yakimaru embarks upon a new journey, while Dororo continues onward. The warring states period has only just begun. Yet Miwamaru believes, for those two, the path that meanders ahead will by no means...
Can you tell which apps to track? Google Play Cat. Download apps, not tracks. There are quesadillas. And then there's Zaxby's giant chicken finger quesadillas. Back with their famous chicken fingers, cheese, and a whole lot of salt.
Excuse me, ladies. How y'all doing? I'm short like $5. Trying to get up. Help me out. What make y'all think? Anyways, you're right. I was just testing y'all kindness because if y'all would have helped me, I was gonna give you guys $2,000. Like seriously, I go around and I do acts of kindness. Yeah. This is what I will do for you guys, especially you with a new baby coming. I would like to give you guys an audio book. on financial literacy. Teaches you to make this kind of money every day or even more, depending on how you apply yourself. And I am the author of those books. And the information is real and it works.
Okay, that's you. Oh, okay.
Comment.
Right side.
Hello person, this is Anton, and in this video we're going to discuss a somewhat intriguing discovery, or I guess technically a somewhat intriguing creation coming out of a Chinese university where researchers were able to create something that would basically require absolutely no cameras, no batteries, nothing. You just take a contact lens, put it in your eye, and you're suddenly able to see infrared. And so let's talk about this study in a little bit more detail, starting with the study itself. A study by Yuqian Ma and the team you see right here from the University of Science and Technology of China. And so what exactly was this for? And I guess, why did the scientists try to create this to begin with? Well, the main idea here is to remove the limitations of mammalian vision. Because when it comes to light perception, most mammals still have a very limited perception when it comes to different wavelengths. Pretty much most mammals can only perceive a relatively small fraction of the visible light, mostly between 400 and 700 nanometers in wavelengths. But over half of solar radiation is also in the infrared emissions, and specifically over 700 nanometers in wavelength. That's completely imperceptible to most complex life. And though some animals are able to see it to some extent, none of the mammals can. Now obviously we can sense it with our skin, because that's basically just heat, but when it comes to our eyes, there is definitely a major limitation. Yet we know that other animals, like for example reptiles and especially snakes, seem to be able to perceive infrared because it obviously helps them detect animals at night. All warm-blooded animals emit a lot of infrared radiation, basically making all warm-blooded animals light up in the infrared. But in case of mammalian eyes, because of the property of optics or the photodetecting cells inside our eyes, it's just impossible by nature. And so as a result, we always kind of relied on additional technology, for night vision goggles or infrared, something that's more visible. But in the past, researchers actually experimented with mice to try to do something a little bit different. They tried to give mice natural infrared perception by modifying their retina. And in this case, this was achieved by injecting retina of mice with very specific nanoparticles containing a bunch of rare metals, such as for example ytterbium and erbium, that naturally diffract the light in such a way that it changes wavelengths. But although this is possible in mice, this is naturally not for humans, mostly because not everyone is going to be okay injecting their eyes with some kind of a nanoparticle. And so as a result, for the past 5 to 6 years, the same team tried to figure out if they can actually turn this into a contact lens, specifically by building a very small polymer that can then be injected into a typical lens and then provide infrared vision by just inserting it into your eye, which is exactly what they were doing for the past few years, and which is exactly what this whole study is about, because they finally succeeded. By using very similar nanoparticles containing ytterbium and erbium, and by combining this with a bunch of polymers to create soft lenses, they were able to create the first successful prototype. But the first one was actually for mice, not for humans, mostly because it was not clear if it's going to be safe. And here, these contact lenses were specifically designed by integrating upconversion nanoparticles, also known as UCNPs, into very soft, non-invasive, and wearable polymeric materials, very similar to...
What's up, family? Donald Trump your president, has just issued Elon Musk a stern warning. If you're not going to support the Republican, you better stay out of politics, or else there will be severe consequences. I ain't got no problem with that, and here's why. Because I want to see a man be a man at all times. It don't matter who he's up against. No matter who the opposition is. I want to see if you're going to stand on business. So I want to see if Elon is going to stand on business and stand up to the Trump bully. Yeah, you do know Trump is a bully, but so is Elon.
A sleek spacecraft descends slowly onto the barren surface of an uncharted planet.
But so is Elon. But here's a situation where you have a bully trying to bully the bully. And this is going to be an interesting contest. This all started when Elon criticized Trump's one big beautiful bill. And Trump did not like that. So Trump says something slick. Elon comes back and says, hey man, the only reason why Donald Trump was elected was because of me. Trump called yes. Elon bust back with a post on X saying that Donald What's up, family? Well. What a difference a day makes. A huge debate is brewing in the Diddy trial that threatens to derail the prosecution's case. And now, the judge must decide whether to grant a mistrial. Family, before the judge comes down with his decision, I need you, my loyal viewers, to tell me what you think is going to happen. But first, before you give it that thumbs up or thumbs down, I want you to check out the backstory. This is so that you can make an informed choice. The whole issue started at Diddy's trial last week when Brianna Bungolding, Cassie's friend, took the stand and testified that Diddy dangled her over the edge of a 17th floor balcony at Cassie's Los Angeles apartment around September 26, 2016. Previously, Cassie testified that she saw with her own two eyes Diddy hold Brianna over the balcony's edge. But Diddy's defense team presented text messages between Cassie and Diddy's former chief of staff, Christina Cora, that blew a hole in Cassie's testimony. In one text message, Cassie indicated she wasn't there to witness the alleged balcony incident, saying, I found out prosecutors are presenting testimony showing injuries Brianna suffered during the alleged balcony incident. The attorney cited metadata from the pics they say proved the images were shot September 26, 2016, when Diddy was on the East Coast, not the West Coast. Prosecutors have yet to respond to Diddy's motion for a mistrial, but in court, they clarified that Cassie's text seemed to indicate the balcony incident occurred on September 29 or 30, 2016. As you know, Diddy is on trial for a slew of federal charges, including racketeering and sex trafficking. All right, family, here we are. Give me a thumbs up if you think the judge is to declare a mistrial.
It customizes your car insurance.
That's great, but can you ask your friend to stop digging into the green?
I can ask. But he's not going to. Only pay.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Sandstorms engulf every inch of the city. Humans built their last barriers to try to survive this.
This is going to be a fun one. We're on the Mark II channel and it's going to get so interesting. Here we are at Donington race circuit with my 720S. The plan for this video is something that I don't think has actually been done before. I'm about to take on a bunch of other YouTubers, and in this video it's specifically automotive YouTubers who have brought their own car to set their best lap around Donington Park. We've got the full circuit today, the GP circuit. I think I'm going to do it in the McLaren, but who knows? Who's going to set the fastest lap? Is there going to be any crashes? Hopefully not. I guess let's get going. Okay, helmet is on, so I'm going to shout to you guys. We're in the 720S. I'll explain why I bought this later. Hopefully it behaves. We'll explain who's here and everyone's car once we get round, but we're on the Donington GP circuit. So we're going to go out for a few starting laps. I'll talk you around the track first so everyone gets a brief overview of what the track's like and how long it is. It's quite a short track. So it's quite easy to remember, so hopefully everyone's familiar with it by the time we do our lap. We've had to pull a lot of strings to be able to do time laps in, so this is going to be really interesting. There's some good cars and some serious drivers here as well. And if this all goes well, I want to see in the comment section who was going to bring that. Right, let's get this starting laps on the track. Okay. So pit lane, bring into the first corner. First corner is a late apex. Turn in, try and take a bit of the curve, and then ride it all the way out. Then you go down to a place called Crenna Curves, or Crenna Curves. On the simulator, I take this flat. Don't think I'm doing that in real life. That goes flat down this hill, to the left, to the right, and then into a really hard braking zone, which is downhill. Downhill into the strict right. I'll take as much curve as I dare to be there. Then we start going back uphill. This is why I like this track. There's a lot of up and down. Just push the curve on the left hand side, follow the corner out wide, and then it's slowly going to start moving up to a right hander uphill. I don't know the actual name of this corner, but this is like a late apex. Bit of a tricky one.
An unprecedented weather emergency is escalating.
It's a flood of epic proportions.
Floods cut off all roads in and out.
Flowing past some of the country's most remote towns.
An area larger than some European nations. Destructive downpours breaking records.
Experts say the pseudo-monsoon came as a surprise.
What the hell has just happened overnight?
What if we're getting out of here? It's a little scary now.
Every June after June, there are hundreds.
Either we get out today, or we call a helicopter in.
Keep going, Patch. Keep going. Please.
I don't think we'll ever experience something like this in our lifetime, but
Yeah, I mean, we know, and once we turn the car off from now.
can you go any faster, mate? This thing wants to stall. Don't get those shots ready, mate.
The reason we're in this mess, we set ourselves a challenge. Get 2 wrecked 4-wheel drives to Australia's most remote pub. Right here, deep in the Aussie desert. Over the past 7 days, We've racked up nearly 3,000 Ks.
Right to the red centre of a structure and its next backpacker rig.
1,000 dunes. It is scorching. And plenty of breakages. There's a bit of a leak coming out of that tank.
So you can see it just there.
And now, we're rolling into our final fuel stop. Bringing us to this.
Ranger has started to overheat now. I think it's the thermostat to tell you the truth. Going into Mount the airport, you can see it. I think it looks like they got a Commodore out the front. Something special. Couple of cooling dramas with the Ranger and the owners of Mount Deer Concrete. Luckily enough, it's got a set of thermo fans on it, so this could be enough to save the day for the Ranger. We're going to test them, and if they work, we're going to rip them out and see if we can retrofit them on the Ranger's radiator. And to do that, we're just going to cut the wires to the thermo fans and then just test them on a battery to see if they spin up. If they do, happy days, pull them out and put them in the Ranger. Yay! We got one. I'm hoping it's going to work, but I'll tell you what, we've got one going, one's better than nothing at the moment.
Without a thermo fan to cool the Ranger down, it's game over for the Ranger. So, this has to work. The little one works.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Oh, I reckon now that's out, we might even be able to pull this motor apart and see if it's sticky brushes or something. That looks like it's made for a Ranger. Yeah, it's definitely better having colder parts in a Ranger.
Back down at camp, it's all systems go. And the boys who helped us get this far are on the tools with us.
And I'm getting nothing on that one in the Ranger as well. Yeah. So, I've got 3 thermo fans and only one works.
And Jesse, well, the wild bloke couldn't sit still.
So, Amy, I love it.
And has decided to fix the fuel tank leak he's been nursing once and for all.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even blow up. Beauty.
Whilst Jesse is doing that, we're making stellar progress on the Ranger fans. So I've just pulled the motor out of this fan.
Let's see if I can clean it up.
Yeah, look at that, see all that?
You beauty. Let's get this done.
So I've cleaned up the motor about as best that I can. We're going to put it back together, get some power on it. See?
That we've got a Jocko. Yeah, look at that. This has to be one of the wildest bush mechanic fixes we've ever done. And now, we're going to saddle up. Let's get on with it.
Now all the vehicles are up and running. There's only 1,000 dunes and 600 Ks of desert standing between us. And that damn pub.
Headed to Bethel. The Pajero's grabbing today. Oh, she's bumpy. Wow. Am I going to make it? We'll find out in a second. Wow! Alright, Friday. And then the crest, back off. Oh, I think I backed off a smidge too early there.
The flies are wild, the dunes are wild, the heat's wild, so let's get this one done. It's pretty steep.
Temperatures are nearing 50 degrees and it is very humid, which is unusual for this part of Australia. The heat also makes the dunes soft. And it's not ideal temperatures for digging vehicles out of dunes.
I've sort of worked out a bit of a rhythm with my water and how I can get the whole gear to get up these dunes. You can see here, I made up the dune. I'm on top and I got stuck just because I ran out of pump.
I'm now resorting to spraying myself with the fan running to keep cool because it's proper hot today.
Hooked up to Jock now. Don't think the Pajero's going to need much at all to get out. It is a very hot day. Hopefully these dunes don't keep doing this to us. It's going to kill us. Oh yeah, mate. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. Here we go. Take two. Oh, she's sucking me back in the sand. Fingers crossed. That one is super soft, boys. Momentum is key. Don't back off at all. Keep coming.
Oh yeah, fire rate, baby. Let it sing.
You're going to come beyond.
You guys can see driving this Ranger with this new thermotherm from the Commodore in it. Temperature gauge has just jumped up one notch. We're 41 degrees outside at the moment, so it's bloody hot out here and we've covered probably 150 kilometres. I just have to manually turn on my new thermotherm and get this cooling system back down a bit. And then the switch I've got is just over here. And just turn the thermotherm out and that should drop that temperature gauge down one bar back to where it normally sits. That's how quick that thermotherm works, and without that, I wouldn't make it to the pub.
It's slow going in this heat, and we have a long way to go. So we make a call to push into the night in the cooler temperatures to get as far into the desert as we can. Late sunshine turns to clouds, and the clouds fade into night, and we push on.
With day 9 comes some gloomy weather. A rare sight in what is usually considered to be one of the driest places on Earth.
The beauty of being a full backpacker spec on this trip. Have a look at this. Out there,
It's raining, there's panic in the stations. Everyone is packing up all their swags and beds are wet. They've got muddy shoes. In here, look.
Let's get the boats filled.
don't know if you can see me, it's really dark, but the photographer, Jess, is over there. And his job and my job has been, because we're at the front of the convoy and we're passengers, is walking all the water before we get to it, and then calling out the shots on which line to take and then marking any deep points by standing in the water. This one feels pretty good, hey Jess? Yeah, pretty shallow. Yep, center in, mate, should be good.
Let's fix your pike cushions. This is incorrect form. My elbows are flared, feet are flat, and I'm skipping range of motion. My feet should be light, elbows tucked. I should be pushing up and out from my shoulders. This will translate to advanced bodyweight building. Strict form. Let's fix your pike cushions. This is incorrect form. My elbows
slow control wheelies like this, and not those shit you see all over the internet. Because those are not in real wheels. From not even being able to pop the front wheel. It doesn't matter if you drive a moped or motocross or even a bit different, but you will be able to learn wheelies from this single video, no matter what skill level you are at the moment. And when we speak wheelies, I mean, as I said in the intro, not those power wheelies where you just keep accelerating. Because those wheelies are not really real wheelies, because you just keep, you're below the balance point and you will keep getting speed and speed. And when you do power wheelies, you don't actually practice the side-to-side balance as much. Because the gyro of the wheel will help you to balance side to side. When you actually hit the balance point, you won't be able to control the side wheel and often fall down. That will solve your wheeling. Even if you do know how to wheel a little bit, or you do power wheelies, this will help you. And if you do power wheels, they are actually really dangerous if you don't know how to control it. Because often when people do power wheels, they go like 20 to 60 miles per hour. And when they actually get to the balance point by accident, they panic, drop the bike. And if you go in that fast, you're not running, you're hitting the asphalt. It's actually really important to actually know the balance point and have the feel of it, because when you actually get to it, you should be able to break it down. So let's get into it. And step number 1 is safety gear and have control of the bike, or control, just make sure it's okay, especially the rear brake. That is really important. If your rear brake doesn't work properly, go fix it before you do this. Here we have Max, if you don't drown. Well, safety first. Of course, safety is on your body. So first a good helmet, gloves, and then if you're a total beginner, you should have mixed boots, full body protection, because it will hurt so much less if you have full body protection and actually tip over on your back. So if you're new, I recommend. With the boots, you should have quite flexible boots, so you actually can hit the brake. But the boots and the foot position has a little bit about how you sit on the actual bike when you're wheeling, and we will talk more about that later. And step 2 is location. That is very important, especially when you start out in the beginning. I do not recommend asphalt. Most people go to an asphalt parking lot and they start practicing, then they do 20 miles per hour wheelies and fall very hard. If you have MX tires, I recommend a little grass plot with that's not total new grass, because that will make your tires slip, but like this patchy with a little dirt and grass mixed, if you get what I mean. Because that will give you good grip, and it will also be quite soft to fall, because you will fall. I do not recommend just sand, because that will make you slip sideways and be quite unpredictable. This material here is good, but we will, in this video, we will do it on asphalt. Also, try to find a little incline, upward slope, not exaggerated like a very steep slope, but just a little bit higher incline, because that will help with the balance point. It's much easier to go a little bit upwards in a wheelie than going downwards in a slope, because the balance point gets kind of bigger when you're going up. At least it feels like it's getting bigger. And step 3 is body position. It's not really super important when you start out, because you will eventually find it, but once, if you're okay on wheelies and maybe have a weird position, this might help, because try to stay like natural if you can. And as we talked about earlier in the boots, often your boots go like this, and if you sit too much forward, you will have to have your boots in the air, but you want to be able to have the feet on the peg and press with your, this is called wrist, ankle, with your ankle, not your whole leg. Try to sit quite near the rear axle, because it will be easier to feel the balance point, but do not be like this and sit like a robot. Try to just be natural, because if you learn it in the natural position, it will get much easier to practice the balance side to side. Because if you sit like this and try to balance side to side, it will be very hard, and you will only be able to go in a straight line, like this guy. The theory of the balance point. And what is the balance point? Most of you probably know, but because this guide is for total beginners, we will talk about it. The balance point is when the bike can actually stand up by its own. When you sit on the bike, you are part of the bike's weight, so the balance point will be a little bit further, but you get the principle. And if I let go of the bike, there is where the balance point is right now. And if you're below the balance point, bike will keep accelerating and getting speed, and that is what we call power wheelies, loop wheelies, shift wheelies, and dangerous wheelies. And most of the time you want to be exactly on the balance point. In theory is never perfect, so oftentimes you go like a little bit under, gain speed, oops, and after you gain speed you want to be above the balance point, like this, and this point where the balance point tip over like this is where people get scared and get panicked, because you get the feeling of being weightless when you sit on the bike, and oftentimes people will let go of the bike, hurt themselves, scrape up their body. Sometimes you actually want to be above the balance point because lose speed. So that way you can do like this cruiser wheelies where you go from 30 miles per hour to 0. Sometimes you want to accelerate. Also the side-to-side balance and circle wheels has a lot to do with being above the balance point. Above the balance point is where you steer the bike. So in circle wheels you oftentimes are much further back on the balance point. Okay, so now you know. And step number 5, the pop. When you pop the front wheel, and most people think you just rev your engine and pop the clutch like this. One pop, and that works sometimes, but it's not the most controlled, and there is a better technique for that. That is actually when you compress your forks and use them as a spring to pop your wheel up. That way you will get a much more controlled wheelie in the beginning, especially if you're trying to do slow wheelies, and if you have a weaker engine like a 50cc moped, you will most likely have to do this technique to even get it up if you're not very strong. So don't just pop your clutch, I will show you some now. So basically, you go for a bit slow, press your front brake and compress it, and as the fork is moving up, then you rev your engine and pop, like this. Because if you do that technique, you won't have to rev your engine so much, and it will be much more consistent and more reliable. So I will do a comparison now, just popping the clutch and doing the pop. So first up, the pop technique, and I like to stand, and listen how little I rev the engine. And how fast I get the front wheel up here. The front wheel just pops up very fast, almost no revs, and it's super controlled. So you just press down, go up. And now if we try to do just with the clutch, no brake, no front brake, no popping, it will look like this. I won't touch the front brake. I have to be in a much higher gear. I slow down. As you can see, it's much less controlled, and it's such a bad way to do it. And there I got it quite nicely, but still you get so much speed. And when you get that much speed, especially when you're practicing, it will be uncontrollable, and more speed is more hurting yourself compared to being able to just do it in like almost a standstill and getting up. If you fall like in that first speed I showed you when I popped the front brake, it won't hurt so much if you fall on your back.
Hey, what's up?
Compared to going 10 kilometers an hour. But before you start going practicing the pops, there is a key practice and thing that you need to have control over, and that is the rear brake. Because the rear brake was the thing saving me earlier when I popped it, just with the clutch. And this thing is a lifesaver. Even if you have a 4-stroke, you will need it sometimes. The 4-strokes have a lot of engine braking, but it won't be enough certain times. And a simple practice to getting used to the rear brake, especially foot brake, is to just pop it, break it down immediately. Pop it, break it down, like this. So just pop, break it. Pop, break it. Pop, break it. Pop, break it. And it doesn't even have to be far, just get the feeling, pop it, break it, pop it, break it. Eventually it will be so much in your head, so you will do it automatically. So do this practice a lot of times before you try to get to the battle. And step number 7, now is where you actually learn the wheelie on the balance point. And now I have a life hack for you to prevent you from getting scared or getting panicked when you reach the balance.
Because that feeling is really weird in the beginning, and most people you just panic and let go of their bikes, or they slam the brake and you get thrown forward. And you actually don't want to slam your brake like we did the pop brake practice. You just want to feather it down. For example, if you're going a little bit over the balance point, you just want to feather the brake down again a little bit below the balance point, not to slam it down, because you want to keep doing the wheel. And the life hack I was talking about is actually, you sit like this, quite far back, the bike, near the axle, be ready on the rear brake, almost standstill, like this, and then you have your left foot on the ground. And what you want to do is get the bike almost like you have it standstill, like I stood earlier in the video. I will show you. Like this, and then you do the pop, clutch, to get it up control, because if you just pop the clutch in this practice, you won't be able to do it. I will show you now. Like this, get it standing, and you don't have to be so tall. The important thing is you commit and get the bike up fast with the pop, with the brake forward compress technique. come on.
What up, Dad?
right there. Mainly because they're hard to find. That thing has the capability to break, and if it does, that can be one of the harder things to track down. But that one looked like it was intact. Okay, this is actually the click and the click spring. They're one part on the Seikos. That little metal, it's just a stamped piece of metal. That's all it does. Here's the barrel. You can see a bunch of dirt underneath it. That's a pretty common sign of a watch that is in need of a service. If you're interested in servicing watches like this, or maybe buying them off of eBay and reselling them, or gifting them, or helping relatives out who have it, or if you just want to do it yourself, I highly recommend this hobby. I try to kind of push people towards it because I think that there's this idea that this isn't something that would be accessible to somebody, and it actually is. I've been in the same situation that you're probably in now, where you're going, well, I can't really do that. And it's like, no, I did. I learned how to. I actually started a website with my friend Alex. It's called sutcliffehansen.com. There's something below. And what it is, you can get toolkits that are personally curated to help you get into this hobby. We also have videos from Mark Lovick over at Watch Fix. These are tutorial videos. They're the best in the business. They're the ones that I took when I first started. That's why I wanted to partner up with Mark. And we sell his tutorials there as well. And we also have some other stuff there, like ultrasonic cleaners, time graphers, and that kind of thing. So again, sutcliffehansen.com if you're interested, or if you know somebody who might be interested in checking out this wonderful hobby that I stumbled into, and I have not emerged from the rabbit hole yet. Okay. As you can see, many of these parts do look very similar to what we normally see on the watches that I take apart here. There's just some extra stuff. One thing you may have noted in your keen eye there is that there's no clutch wheel. This movement is
there you go. Buddy, that was in Chicago.
I want to see them get damaged.
That was 2 states ago.
Now I'm going to put everything into one of my parts trays here.
We've been driving for 9 hours and 15 minutes.
Off of the parts. I'm doing it because I already have one project that's in the washing machine. So I just need to set these aside for a few minutes. Finishes, and I don't want them to sit out. Take a look at the inside of the case back, and you can see some watchmaker marks. These are where people used to scratch in codes or numbers or dates to show when and how often it was serviced and by whom. And as you can see, this watch actually has been serviced a number of times. I'm going to remove the case back gasket here. I'll likely just be replacing that. Even though that one doesn't seem like it's in horrible condition, sometimes they turn into almost like a plastic. That would seem fine. Now check out what we've got here with the case. There's a lot going on. There's pushers in here. There's rust. There's also the teeth on the bottom of this part here, and you can see the pushers, how they push in. So there's kind of a lot going on with this thing. There's also an inner rotating bezel. That's what those teeth were attached to. I don't know how to get the pushers out. Whoa. I guess there's nothing holding them in currently. So I can just remove the spring and the other pusher here. Oh, jeez. Wow, there's a lot of... It looks like the only thing holding them in was that bunk there. Otherwise, I think they would have just come flying out. So, in desperate need of a cleaning is the case, no doubt about it. Let's take a look at the pusher. Oh. You see... Oh, they roll all over the place. It looks like the pusher arm was a little bent. Oh, totally. Look at that. That is supposed to be straight. Yeah, so that's no good. I may need to look at replacing those pushers too so that they can function properly. I can remove the outer bezel now, and that should give me access to the crystal and the inner bezel. I have this bezel removal tool. As you can see, it uses pressure from 4 different angles at the same time so that you're not doing that prying on one edge thing that can, it potentially can cause damage if you don't do it carefully. This tool's been good. I use it all the time. And you can see that there's there's like a gasket, and then the crystal, which looks quite beat up, is sitting on top of it. Okay, but it does come out. And you can see the inner bezel here too. Does it just come out? No, that seems a little bit firm. Maybe I can remove the gasket and then see. Okay. Wow, that was in there really good. That actually looks like it's in decent shape too. Okay, and now I can see that everything just comes out. So, interestingly, that inner... Oh, see, there's a cover. Okay, oh, and then there's like a spring that goes around the sides, and then there's that plastic inner bezel. And that's it. That actually is the whole entire case disassembled. Wow, that's a lot though. That's a pretty complicated case. Once again, I'm going to use my pegwood just to clean up any of the more baked on grime before I put this thing through the ultrasonic cleaner. Yeah, that inner bezel is interesting because it's gray. It's almost like a white color now, but that started its life out yellow, like a bright yellow. And it looks like it's just kind of faded over time. I think that's fairly typical for these things. Take a look at all those case parts. I'm not used to that. Okay, but we can throw stuff in the ultrasonic cleaner now, and that means I use distilled water and then a little bit of Liquinox here, which is just a concentrated kind of industrial level detergent. Alex over at Watch Repair Tutorials recommended it. I started using it and I was like, yeah, this is good stuff. There's a whole bunch of different ultrasonic specific cleaners and detergents that you can use, and I actually haven't found like a huge difference between them, so just pick one that works. You can even use dish detergent if you want. What we're really doing here is degreasing, right? We're not doing any like chemical level cleaning. This is water-based cleaning for the big metal parts, basically. I have to put everything in there, and wow, that is a lot. I filled up the whole basket. I don't think I've ever done that on this ultrasonic cleaner before. And we'll fire it up and let it do its thing. And then we'll come back to it and see how it did. Now, in the meantime, we do need to get the movement into the watch cleaning machine. So I'm going to go ahead and start off with the cleaning cycle, and then it'll be a rinse, and then... Oh, this is an old watch cleaning machine, but it works really, really well. The new ones have ultrasonic built into them as well, but this one's kind of old school. While the parts are being cleaned up, I did want to mention that I've got a Patreon for this channel. Patreon's a website you can go to support your favorite content creators. It's a way to support them directly. I really want to say a big thank you to everybody who supports me over on Patreon. It means the world to me. You get some cool extra perks as well. You get to see the rough cuts of the videos, so before they go up, they'll post on there when they're
sitting there looking at it.
Like, basically done, but I like to watch them over before I actually post them on YouTube, just to make sure that everything's perfect before I hit that publish button and you can see the earlier versions. And that's just one of the things you get for Patreon. So thank you. Down below for that. Take a look at how the parts came out of the ultrasonic cleaner, and they're looking a lot better. And the water in the ultrasonic cleaner looks like it's a little worse, but that's okay.
Bro, the level just started. We're already getting overrun. I gotta take these guys out. Build this crossbow tower as fast as possible. I don't even think I have a...
Oh yeah, these parts are actually cleaned up pretty nicely, it seems. And they needed it. As you can see when we did the disassembly, there was a lot of caked on dirt on
said you were hungry. You're not hungry now?
This is where we kind of get to see what we actually got. You know, if things have worn away to the point that they need to be replaced or if cleaning them is good enough.
Huh? Oh.
HVAC's always kind of tricky to pick up, even with the big tweezers. There's all the case parts. And then I'll give those a quick rinse in water, and then we can dry them off. And with everything done, take a look at our our pile. I
Pick that stuff up.
Smokes. That's a lot of parts for that chronograph, plus all the stuff for the case. There's just a lot going on. Now, I did put this through the cleaner. Let's take a look at how it looks. Oof. Well, that looks pretty bad. So I want to disassemble this. It looks to me like there's a normal crown stem, and then there's a spring and an extra wheel. I believe it's called a star wheel. And I'm going to use this tool. This is called a pin vise. It just allows you to hold on to small things with your hand, and then what I should be able to do is just unscrew the crown with a little bit of, there we go, and it'll come free from the stem. And then I got to figure out how these other parts. Oh, look at all that rust! Yikes! Yeah, it looks like that spring is actually just rusted in place, but I think I can dislodge it. Maybe. Goodness sakes. I don't want to ruin the spring, but I do need to get it. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think I've got it separated out from that wheel now. Oh, there it goes. Okay, it didn't go far. Those type of springs can really fly, but they're also kind of big. Boy, that thing is bad, though. Can I get it off of there? I think so. Let's start, though, by putting it in some evapo rust. This is a solution or a product that's made that kind of, I don't know chemically how it works, but it takes rust and it kind of gets rid of it, and it also kind of turns it into whatever's left that isn't rusted away, if that makes any sense. And that should let me get that wheel off of that stem. I'm just going to let this sit for probably a couple of days at least, because it has a lot of work to do to let us know what's left there and see what's going on. Okay, now we can start the reassembly process, and to do that I'm going to start off with the mainspring barrel, and this is an automatic watch, so I need a little bit of what they call braking grease to go around that outside, and then I can use my favorite, the mainspring winders, to wind up this mainspring. Once it's wound into the tool, you can take a look and see that it's seated in there, reverse of how it will be in here, but basically the same. And then, the best sound you could possibly hope for. And now we have the mainspring in there. This is a new mainspring, by the way, so that'll give us the best chance to get good amplitude, which is kind of the strength of how well the watch is running, and hopefully reduce any issues that we may have. Because besides definitely needing a service, I don't know if this watch has any other faults. In cleaning the parts, it didn't. But I'm also far from a Seiko expert. There's people who kind of specialize in this type of stuff. Even here on YouTube, my friend from My Retro Watches, Mike, I reached out to him when I first took on this project, and he kind of walked me through. In fact, he was really nice. He sent me a voice message that really just kind of broke down everything. He also has a video where he does a full restoration on this movement, and that was really helpful for me too. One of the great things about doing this hobby now is that there are a lot of people doing it now. Like, if you look around on YouTube, I'm far from the only one who's doing videos like this at this point. And that is really helpful, because you often find somebody who's worked on a watch that maybe you haven't. And I'm lucky enough to be able to reach out to people like Mike and get, that kind of advice.
I'm charging Nintendo.
Him and I are buddies, and we talk about some online and stuff. But, even without that, I could use his video as a reference.
Yeah, but when did it fall? It's not charged at all?
Okay, I can put the mainspring barrel in after putting the center wheel and its bridge in
Did
place.
you turn it on?
And the rest of the train of wheels,
See how much
including the
charge is in
escape
it?
wheel, third wheel, fourth wheel. And I believe I'm supposed to put this in now.
Huh?
This is that chronograph running wheel that I mentioned that has that kind of complicated stuff going on the top. Okay, so this one goes right through the center wheel there, and on the other end of this is what we will attach the running seconds hand, that long red seconds hand, the one that was bent, that attaches to that long pivot on this. Now I need to put on this rather large bridge. This isn't like a normal one. This covers a lot of ground. It's got some of the vertical clutch stuff going for the chronograph. It also has, you know, the barrel goes into this bridge as well as a few of the pivots. So it kind of covers a lot of ground here. But once I get it properly seated, I can now continue and put on the click spring as I mentioned.
Pull the
This
tab.
Really,
Pull it.
Just a genius little part. It's just a piece of stamped metal that's been bent, but it functions as two things at the same time. I assume it's extraordinarily cheap to produce. It's easy to replace. I think a skilled watchmaking machinist could make one of these. I mean, there's a lot to like about that, especially when you compare it to the Swiss variants, which aren't like that. Now I can put some
Don't leave that cap in the bed.
viscosity
That cap
oil
on the
here
table.
in between where the barrel and the barrel bridge meet up, so to make sure that that rotates smoothly. And I can put on
Get a napkin so you ain't
the
making a
ratchet
mess.
wheel. As you can see,
Those
there's a
fingers on my
square
bed.
hole
Should know better.
in the ratchet wheel top, and that goes over the top of the barrel armor, which also is square at the very top. And now I can go ahead and screw down the ratchet wheel. And now I can go ahead and screw down the ratchet wheel. And as you can see, the chronograph running wheel does go under a little bit of tension there, so that's probably a good sign. I don't know. Now I can give a quick cleaning to the pallet fork before installing it. My goal here is to get this watch where I can run it and make sure that the movement itself is functional, and then we'll continue with the rebuild and try to get the chronograph running and all that other stuff. But if the underlying watch isn't working properly, then the rest of it kind of doesn't matter. And since the watch was effectively not running when we received it, I mean, it technically was turning over a little bit, but it wasn't, it wasn't even able to be picked up on the time grapher. Then, of course, our focal point here is going to be to get the thing running. The way that these movements work, this one and any of the Swiss ones as well, is that you've got, underneath it all, there's a basic watch movement like the ones that we work on this channel all the time. And then on top of that, there's modules that are put into place. And this is a way that you can view it. There's some that are literally a module, like it's totally a normal movement with the whole thing that's just kind of screwed down on top of it. This one's a little bit more integrated, as they say, but either way, it's extra stuff that's added to add more functionality, but it pulls its power and anything that happens from it from the same place, which is the mainspring ultimately. And so we need to make sure that that stuff's running, or else the rest of it. Okay, to continue the build here, I need to put on these springs, and these are very tricky. They kind of loop around a midpoint, but they act on two things simultaneously, and so it can just be a little bit tricky to get this thing pulled over. Oh, just like that. You see how it loops around that post? That is exactly what I wanted to see. But we're not done yet. There is yet another that we need to do here. This one's actually smaller. I do not know the name of these parts. I kind of figured out what they do. But I'm not sure what Seiko calls these. I try not to get too caught up on the names of parts, though. I mean, there's parts that different people from different eras and different parts of the world. It's the same thing, and they have different names for it, for example. Okay, a little bit of grease goes on that column wheel, and then I can put this, I guess this is a chronograph bridge? That's what I would call it. That's probably what it's called. And I can put that on top as well. This bridge has pivots for the chronograph wheel in the middle, as well as the minute recording wheel, the one I mentioned before. It's a little bit hard to get lined up, so I use this stick to make sure that everything stays. Again, so we can go ahead really carefully so that I don't see it go flying. But carefully so that I don't see it go flying. But the upside is ink block style ones where the spring actually is held into the setting on the top, so you don't have to worry about it jumping away. But at any rate, it works, shows how to do this, and I use that as my reference. Now, if you look here, that inner bushing is going to be replaced by this jewel. Now, the cool part is that that one can just be pushed out, but this one can't. So there is no actual bushing, it's just the plate, and that means that a hole needs to be made bigger, and that means kind of drilling, we call it reaming, and then the new jewel can be placed in instead. So let's do this. Deep breath. This is unforged territory, let's just say, but I've got my jeweling tool here, and this allows you to press in and out fittings and jewels on a watch. So the first thing we want to do, then we can push it out, and then we push in the new jewel, and as you can see, it pushes straight through. And then I can remove the plate, and then the jewel just falls down below, or sorry, the setting. So now we need to put in the new one, the jewel one that I found online. So I've got a flat surface down below, and then I can kind of seat the jeweling tool to press it flatly into place. Okay, gently here. I don't need to crack a jewel. So you can see how it just pushes it flatly into place. Just like that. So not too hard at all. That's actually the easy one, because it's what they call reamers. I need the size 159. That's 1.59 millimeters, because the jewel that's going to go on is 1.6. So you need that tiny difference, 1/100 of a millimeter, and that will allow it to friction fit. Now this is the part that's actually going to hold the reamer itself. And it's just a little collet on the end, and as you can see, I can tighten it down and it will hold that steady, and then I can use that with the other tool here to do it. Now the way I actually do this though is I don't go from the size of the hole up to the one that I want. I go from the size of the hole up one size over and over again, and then you go up just all the way up until the one you want. So here we go. These are called self-centering reamers also, so they will automatically kind of find the center point of that hole. There are other ways to do this. Ashton used his lathe, for example, but I think this is an acceptable way to do it as well. And again, I'm just going to work my way up the sizes, and eventually this hole will get slightly bigger and slightly bigger over time until it gets to the size that I want, and then I should be able to just press that jewel that I bought in. I have to say this is a little nerve-wracking. I haven't really done much work like this before, so hopefully it turns out well. This augmentation is really good for two things. It does improve performance, but also longevity. You know, I talked to Jordy and Mike, and you know, the goal for this watch is for it to last for generations, and that means you know, making sure that the fallible parts on it are fixed. Okay, now one thing that I do need to do is just bevel the edge of this a little bit. So I use this little beveling tool. It just has a rounded kind of cutter on it, and it just allows you to just take that edge, and this helps with seating the jewel as well. So it just looks a little bit better, although it looks like I left a little bit of a burr on there, so I'm just going to give it a quick cleanup. There we go. And I can do this to both both sides of the movement, and this again will just allow me to make sure that I can seat that jewel properly. I don't need to do much here, just kind of take the edges off a little bit like that.
Avis, our only plan is to make sure you keep yours.
It's one of the most breathtaking places I've been.
I invite you to a cleansing of the mind. Oh God.
Are we supposed to drink this?
And now I should be able to once again set up my jeweling tool to install the jewel in that spot. Take a look. Okay. And then seat it. There we go. That looks exactly right. Oh, that's great. And the jeweling tool here also of the jewel or adjust it so that if things don't line up quite properly, you can go in and make any tweaks that are necessary. So let's give it a try out here though. I'll put the barrel in and make sure that it spins and that it looks like nothing's binding up or falling off or anything like that. And we can just give it a quick test. Let's see. Nice! That looks good, and I don't really see much in the way of up and down. You can see there's a little bit of play, but you do want some amount of play there. But I don't see it floating around like it did before, so that looks pretty good to me. Now, this does mean that I need to reassemble this again, so I'll kind of cruise through here because it's the same thing that I did before, and it does. I need to do everything again, by the way. I need to clean it, reassemble it, oil the jewels, everything. But as we've already seen that, let's just get to the part where this thing's running again, and there it goes. So we're back to where we started, except for the time grapher. Let's see how it does. Very nice. Already we see a little jump in amplitude there to the 240s from the 230s, and look at that trace. Zeros, okay, a little bit down, still zeros and 0.1 milliseconds. This thing is running awesome. So that worked really well, and again, we get the dual benefit of it running a bit better now, but really importantly, we get that longevity for the long term. And again, super cool, right? This is just, you know, I was able to research this stuff on YouTube and find out all of this type of stuff about that that's a common error on these and that that's a recommended fix, and I was able to find the parts. One really cool thing about Seikos, and particularly this movement as well, is the parts availability. Like, I bought those off of a website. Like, somebody made those and I bought them. That is not something that I ever really get to say on this channel. It's always scrounging around on eBay or trying to source parts from the movement. And speaking of sourcing parts, oh my God, this was that rusted jewel, or excuse me, wheel, and it is gone. Wow, it has turned to mud. And that means I'm going to need to order another one. Now, in the meantime, I can just go ahead and throw this on here for reassembly purposes, but I am going to have to go online and find a replacement, at least for that star wheel, and if not for the springs, maybe even the crown instead, too. That's a bummer. The rust did look fairly bad on it, but sometimes those things can come back to life pretty well, but not this time. That one is completely gone. All right, I'll put the cannon pinion on, and we can go ahead and continue our reassembly with the other side. This is called the dial side of the movement for obvious reasons. And this one has got kind of a lot going on, because this one has the calendar function with the day and the day. This is also what they call a quick set calendar, where you can use the crown to sift through the date without having to manually.
Where's those strawberries?
Instead of watch how like the hands spin around and it's like, okay, it goes by 12, and then
better not fall over.
It goes by 12 again, and it kind of takes forever. Well, if you need to, sift through 17 days
toss it.
of that,
Let's go. Clean it up. Clean up your spot. Toss it. Don't leave it sitting there.
Functionality with the quick set lets you just
everything
right
bumps and moves around, right? Yeah, so we don't want nothing sitting around. Everything got to get tossed out. Nothing just sits around.
Keyless works together as well. This is the semi-lever swing. As you can see, it looks like it's functioning properly, but it does need to be lubricated. anytime you have metal on metal like that, it's going to be the grease. Also for this retaining spring over here, I did put a bit too much on there, but I want to make sure it gets into the right parts, and I can always clean off the excess with a little bit of Rodico. This red oil is the synthetic oil that is medium viscosity. In fact, I should mention all of the oils I use on this are synthetic oils at this point. They're really fantastic. They're made by a company called Mobius, and they're the ones who make basically all the oils for the Swiss watchmaking world. There are specific oils for Seikos that have corollaries from the ones from Mobius to here, and you can find those pretty easily. Find out which one substitutes in for the Seiko. You don't need to get brand specific oils really ever. Okay, so this is the calendar wheel. Yes, that is plastic. They do tend to hold up fine, but I'm generally not a fan of using plastic parts in a watch like this. It just doesn't feel right, and they are much more vulnerable. You can see that post that sticks up on there. If somebody gets jammed up and that gets worn off, then the calendar doesn't work anymore. By the way, I realized that I forgot to put on this intermediate wheel before putting on that little bridge, so I need to take it off. That happens all the time. It's totally fine. Just take a breath, undo what you did, and put it back together. It really only takes another minute. And also, I like to view it as kind of practice.
Unbelievable. This is a mecha versus zombies battle game. You can assemble different weapons to annihilate zombies in thrilling ways. Look, flamethrowers are more effective against regular...
I think that there can be this feeling when you do a project like this that if you get it running again, you'd never be able to do it again. I know it sounds weird, because like, well, you could just put it back together again, right? But it feels like, emotionally, it feels like...
Brandon? Hey, Brandon, good morning. What we got coming out of Burley? Yeah, I'll be there tomorrow afternoon. Okay, so, well, tomorrow when I get there, I'm going to be out of hours for 10 hours when I show up. I'm going to have to do... No problem, man. All right.
And then when it actually works, it kind of feels like a miracle. But it's not. It's like, you do know how to do it. And I'll tell you, for me, it usually comes around the third time that I put together a movement that I'm kind of like, my confidence goes up a lot. Where I'm like, okay, I remember this stuff now. I can do this over and over again. It's really just when you're first working on a movement, you haven't worked on it, that feeling creeps up. Okay, the date disc can go into place, as well as this cover. This cover encompasses multiple things. It holds the date disc in place. It also has a jumper for the day. It also is a cover for some of the other parts. And as you can see, when I push the crown in, it advances the date by 1 day. And that's that quick set I was talking about. And this is how you normally want to make sure that the date's ticking over properly. Again, it does look like it is. So now I can put on the day disc. This one has a little C-clip that goes on it, and it's an interesting one because it's actually curved on one side, and there's this real temptation to put the curved side up, but you actually put the curved side down, and in fact it says so, C-ring upward it says, and that's so that you can get a screwdriver under there. And as you see, it advances the quick set and the regular advances just fine. So that's looking good. And that means I can continue with the automatic winding works here. This uses what they call a magic pawl, I think. It's a really incredible little system. Probably the most simple yet efficient way to do an automatic. It uses these two little pawl arms that have a special hook on the end that interact with the wheel that allows it to push and or pull the wheel so that it only spins in one direction. It's really crazy. Take a look at the dial here, by the way. You see the 2N? That actually is the date of the watch. The 2 is 1972 and the N is November. And it's interesting because on the watch case back, it also has that. You can find those same numbers on there, and it'll tell you, if you know how to decode it, the year and month that the watch was manufactured. So this was in November 1972 Seiko Pope. God, that dial is a vibe. I mean, that thing hits you, right? Like, it is undeniable when you see it. You're like, oh, that's a Pogue. I know what that is. It's crazy. So now I need to set the date until it just clicks over, and then I can start to address the hands. Now, these hands are very beat up. As you can see, this seconds hand there, I don't think that there's any way for me to bend it back realistically, plus all the paint's gone. The sub-seconds hand actually looks a little bit better. It's missing a spot of paint, but it's okay. And then the hour and minute hands, they are pretty tore up. That loom does not look very good. But this is one of those things about working on these Seikos. You can buy the parts. Yes, these are actually aftermarket, but they look great. Look at these hands. They were made for this particular movement, and they look really nice. Now you'll notice the way the seconds paint it, but it also requires flipping that off. Not sure I love that design, but I can deal with it, and I will. This, by the way, is that rotating inner bezel, but I talked to Jordy and Mike, and they said they wanted it to look like it used to with the yellow bezel, and guess what? You can buy those too. This one is also aftermarket replica, but that means the price is pretty low, and of course, like all the watches I work on, I always send back all the original parts, regardless of what they are, to the owner so that they have them on hand if they ever want to switch them out. And but they love the idea of giving this watch that renewed look. I'm not going to be polishing the case or anything like that, but yeah, it is getting a new one of those. Speaking of new parts, that's right, you can buy pushers too. It is incredible. It feels so free to just be able to buy these parts. So the way this works is these pushers go in, and then there's this movement ring you can see sitting there, and that's actually what holds them in place. I had taken that out prior to the disassembly, and that's why they were firing off all over my benches, because I didn't have those there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the movement ring and kind of try to hold the pusher in while I assemble it, just like this, and then I can carefully make sure that these pushers are held in place. And then we can continue with the case back here. Brand new gasket for it. Yep, I bought that too. And I can go ahead and screw that down. I'm not going to put it down all the way because I still need to put the hands and the crystal and stuff into place. I just want something to do with that. So I was able to find a new one of these star wheel things. Here. This one also looks great for Stump. But I decided to actually the rest of the case, and it's in perfectly fine shape. Same thing with the stem. So I'm just going to put the new spring and the gear on the old crown and stem. buy the thing as a package. They're not cheap, by the way. You know, just to give you an example, that one was a original Seiko part, but still new. It was 150 bucks. But like, you know, some of the other parts weren't that much at all. Under $50 for the pushers, for the bezel, for the gaskets, for the hands. Each of those was, you know, call it like 30 to 50 bucks. And that sounds like a decent amount, but when you start looking around for used parts and you're paying more than that for ones that are used, you kind of feel happy that you had the opportunity to buy these ones. Okay, now I can put the hands in place. Again, these are brand new. And they look pretty darn good. Now I need to clip off the tip of this hand. I'm going to use some end cutters to do it. I kind of don't know what to expect from that, but whatever. I'm going to do that, and then I do need to place this hand. This is very, very difficult because this needs to be at 0, so I'm trying to hold down the button that zeroes it before I push this down into place to make sure that it actually gets lined up, because whenever we zero this hand out, that's where it's going to end up. And if it's a little bit off, it's going to drive me absolutely nuts. Take a look at that. It works.
When emergency strikes, first responders rely on the latest technology. That's why T-Mobile builds Team Priority, America's best 5G network experience for first responders. With more capacity, faster speed.
Absolutely nuts. Take a look at that. It works. It's pretty cool. Now I can put on the, again, replacement minute recording meter. It's a little tricky to get this thing on here. But eventually we do so, we persevere. Okay. And let's see how it works. I'll start off the chronograph and make sure that that hour, or that minute hand actually turns over once that minute comes around. And, oh no. Oh my God, it stopped the whole thing? Oh wow, okay, well that's a disaster. After playing around with it for a while, I realized that the pipe, that's the part that goes onto the post there, is really long on the new one, and I think it's reaching down far enough to screw it up. So I put the old one on, and yeah, see, now it works. You can see that little thing click over. So I'm just gonna go with the old hand. It looks fine on the dial anyway. Brand new crystal, that's another thing I got. And I also got a replacement gasket here. I got that because it was like 20 bucks, and I figured, why not? Although I have to say the old gasket was holding up quite well anyway. Okay, now I can put the new crystal into place. It's held on by the bezel. And I can put the bezel into place as well. Now I need to press this down, and well, after I get it lined up perfectly, I'm going to kind of half seat it, but I'm going to use my rover press to do this. But check this out. This is really cool. So this is the type of tool that I would use to do that. It's a Delrin, kind of a bezel press / crystal thing, but it doesn't, there's no attachment for my rover press. So I went on eBay, and I actually found there's a guy in England who makes these things. He machines these, and I ordered them. And check this out. It has the proper screw for the top part here, and then it's fitted to the rover press on the bottom, and I got a couple of them, one for the top and one for the bottom. And it was funny because he actually messaged me because he recognized my name on there, and he watches the video, so he was excited with him and his kid to see these. So here you go. Here's your cool invention. I just love it that people in the watchmaking community come up with these really cool little products and ideas. So as you can see, now it'll fit right over in my arsenal, and it'll allow me to use a whole bunch more with my rover press. Okay, now I do need to put on the automatic winding rotor here. So as you can see, there's a flat side and rounded on the ends, and that dictates how this rotor sits on there. Again, simple design. It means on top because of that flat. And once it gets seated properly like that, then I can just simply screw it down. That's it. It's that simple. That rotor will move around as the owner of the wrist, and that will automatically wind it, meaning that if you wear this one every day like Mike does, then you never have to
chest to feel good.
Modern watches have the standard.
In about
watches,
an hour.
They can have much, much longer ones.
Been running all
take a look
night.
at the bracelet here. This
Really
is
good.
the original.
Right.
See, it does have last link a little bit. So I'm going to use my pliers just to gently put it back into place and realign it. I can't really go crazy with this, you know, because there's only so much you can do. But at least on this last link, I can make sure that this that it's, you know, properly secured so that it'll stay on. You can see that there's end links here, and then you put a spring bar through, and then I can use my sweet bolt action spring bar tool. And this bolt action spring bar tool, it's just so cool that so many people are doing these little side projects. Okay, putting the bracelet on this thing, and with that we will be finished. Let's see how it came out. Oh, that looks awesome. Look at that. Brand new hands, new pushers, a whole bunch of new stuff on it. And it actually all kind of works. I was a little worried that the hands might look a little bit too much, being brand new against the dial. But that dial's so in your face that it almost overwhelms the hands rather than the hands doing it the other way. You can see that inner bezel rotating there. I don't think too many people actually use that, but that's cool that it's there. And then again, I can make sure that the date turns over at the right time. We saw the chronograph running, and you can see pretty close. I think I was within about 2 minutes there of that thing turning over, and then the day will also turn over as the night goes on. Again, what a cool watch. Just so much personality and so much meaning for the owner and for Jordan here. Mike, I hope you get well soon, and I hope you enjoy this watch for many, many years to come.
This is one of the most incredible transformations you're ever going to see. It's truly remarkable. It's so remarkable that it's very difficult to believe. Coach Greg, in today's video, you're not going to believe it. An incredible transformation. And no, I'm not talking about 1 in a million Hussein Farhat. I'm talking about only Cake 7459. He looks like a young Nicocado Avocado, and I'm not talking about in a good way. He looks like Nicocado Avocado in the after, only in the before, when he was just 18 years of age. When I saw this transformation, the first thing I thought is, this is CGI, this is AI, this isn't the same person. But I'm telling you, this is still him. And so this is one of the most incredible transformations you're ever going to see. And so let's start by looking at his before. And so he's currently 18 years of age, and it says M. It doesn't stand for Molly, it stands for male. An 18-year-old male. Now, if you want to feel like you're perhaps doing something else, this is the Hussein mode, the Jackie's Juice, and the Blue Lobster pre-workout, which is available on the website. And you can tell this is just sitting on my desk all day here, and it looks incredible. It tastes amazing, and so I strongly recommend it. Code Greg, 15% off. You can get that while you're there getting the Turk Builder Max. Let's look at his chest. First thing we're going to see, this is very unfortunate, but it does seem to be an extreme case of gynecomastia. This doesn't just look like some extra fat, it looks like he actually has gyno. This is from testosterone converting to estrogen. And what we do notice is that I do believe the right chest, or breast if you will, is a lot bigger than the left. It's not symmetrical, as in it looks asymmetrical, but remember, gynecomastia can do this. You can have one chest that it has this and another that it does not. Now, the next thing you're going to see are the extreme amount of stretch marks, that bluish, reddish tinge. They're running up in lines all around his abdomen. He's gained so much body fat that the skin cells, they couldn't multiply fast enough. stretch marks. These in the medical world are called striae, and so he has a lot of them. These bluish reddish stretch marks, this is very common in Cushingoid or Cushing's syndrome. And I now want to divert your attention to the shoulders, where you can see additional stretch marks in the exact same fashion, also very much aligned with Cushingoid presentation. And another direct effect of Cushing's syndrome is central obesity, or the obesity around the abdomen. You can see he has a significant amount of body fat in this area, as well as acne on the nose. And so the first thing I'm thinking is that this guy most likely suffers from Cushing's syndrome, and that is caused by excess cortisol and or the use of prednisone. This guy, this young man, he clearly is at a metabolic disadvantage. It's harder than last time for him to lose weight, but not impossible. The medications, prednisone in particular, I don't know his medical background. I don't know if he has an autoimmune disease. Perhaps he had something like Coach Greg. I'm not sure, but I'm telling you, it makes it much easier to put on weight. You're hungrier all the time.
What's up, bro? How you doing? I talked to you the day before yesterday. Nah, yesterday I just had to sleep during the day and drive at night. What up with you? Chilling. We're in Nebraska. You did the
extra calories, you're going to gain more body fat. And so you're thinking, what are the chances that this guy could make a dramatic transformation? That he could make a before and after so shocking that people would say it's not the same person. That isn't him. And so the title says 18-year-old male, 78 kilograms, down 50 kilograms. And so he's currently 78 kilograms, just over 170 pounds, and he's lost 50 kg, that's 110 pounds. And so he went from about 280 to 170, and he's 18 years of age. And so he did this as a teenager. The cut went crazy. Nah, bro, that ain't you. That's amazing. Now, I'm hoping this is sarcastic. It says, who gives a shit? Your progress is somewhat inspiring. Well done, you look great. To say this is somewhat inspiring would be like saying that Hussein Farhat's transformation was made. It's truly remarkable. It's so remarkable that it's very difficult to believe. Damn good shit, bro. Crazy. 50 kg is no small feat, and it looks like you don't have much excess skin too. Generational cut. Jeez, absolutely insane. The reason he made this post wasn't to get people to brag about his transformation. He simply wants to know, yo, what's my percent body fat? That's all he wants to know. And so, remember, this is posted on my Reddit forum, and so the comment stated around 16% more or less. 16%, absolutely amazing. Did you have excess skin removed? My wife is struggling with excess skin and nothing is working. Feeling like surgery is the only option. Unfortunately, when you lose a tremendous amount of weight, for most people, the only option is surgery. We've seen Mike Isertel, who gained an
Sarge. I'm doing well. How about yourself? information from him, but
back in his 20s, and he had permanent damage, as in extra fat cells and excess skin, that he had surgically removed. The operation is a nightmare. He states it's at least 5 times harder than dieting. And so here's the thing. Rather than gaining all this weight in the first place, which makes it 5 times harder than dieting, even if you have the money to cut it all off, why not just diet in the first place? The ROI, the return on investment, it's at least 5 times better to diet than it is to cut it off surgically later on. And so, guys, don't let it get to this point. Do something about it right now. Be proactive. If you need a coach, please click the link in the description and apply for coaching with me right now. And if you're interested, of course, you can get my book, Amazing. Sitting in front of me is 680 calories, over 70 grams of protein, and it's absolutely delicious. Amazing, just like Mike Thurston. Bruh. Delicious. So I like the sauce. Now, I think I've waited enough. I think it's now time for you all to see this guy's incredible transformation. So remember, you too can do it. If he can do it, you can do it. Remember, not everyone can pull a Hussein Farhat, but if you try, and you eat in a calorie deficit, you perhaps have my coaching, you ever have my cookbook, you purchase GLP Max, or you just go to the freaking gym. You put the fork down. You can do it. And so, let's see. Look at me making a video on it. As soon as I saw it, I was like, well, you're not talking to this guy, because he's special. See a little bit of loose skin right at the bottom. He was morbidly obese. Bro lost 110 pounds. He was probably over 50% body fat. Remember, he was bulked up to more than even Mike Israetel, 280. He only has a little bit of loose skin, and if you zoom in, you can see those fine lines scarring. Look at the nipples. You can see he most likely has had gynecomastia surgery. That amount of fat in her glandular tube, it's not normal for. So remember, I do believe this guy has Cushing's syndrome. He had an extreme amount of fat cells, which makes it more likely for some of the testosterone to convert to estrogen. And so I do believe he had gynecomastia surgery, and perhaps they took out a little bit too much of the gland. You see there's a gap. You can see the nipple, but there's also something missing. When you get gynecomastia surgery, normally they leave a little bit of the gland.
The remnants of the past stand in our way, but not for long. Watch as cutting-edge technology takes over to clear the path. Welcome to Titan Tech. Let's dive in. Stump standing in your way? Not for long. The Woodland Hills WG24 PTO stump grinder turns stubborn roots into fine mulch in no time. With a 24-inch grinding wheel and 34 tungsten carbide teeth, it chews through hardwood like a hot knife through butter. The 6-inch grinding depth and slip clutch PTO shaft make it both powerful and safe. big stump slowing down your land clearing operation? Not anymore. The CBI Stump Shear SS20 doesn't just remove stumps, it shreds them, splits them, and loads them like a pro. Designed for heavy-duty excavation, it works with a 55,000 pounds, 100,000 pawl-soaked excavator and an auxiliary hydraulic piston for extra power. Land clearing can be messy, expensive, and bad for the environment, unless you're using the VM60 SR. This powerhouse grinds waste into usable mulch, eliminating the need for burning or hauling debris. That means less cost, less waste, and better soil conditions for future growth. Tenacious, a four-year veteran landscape, finally met its match in a spectacular showdown against the formidable duo of the Oliver 1650 tractor and the Kaiser 6.6. The earth trembled, roots groaned, and in a moment of pure exhilaration, the Stump succumbed to the unyielding force of man and machine. That's not just digging, that's art in motion. The way this operator works the controls on the Cat 305E2 is pure efficiency and finesse. See how he angles the bucket just right, applying just enough pressure to lift the root ball clean. Now that's some old school ingenuity at work. Tying the stumps together and using a come-along to pull them out as one. Brilliant. The way they leveraged the combined mass made the job easier and more efficient. If raw power and efficiency had a name, it'd be RT400. This American-built juggernaut makes mulching look effortless, turning dense vegetation into fine mulch in seconds. With unmatched performance in land clearing and forestry work, the RD400 isn't just a machine, it's a force of nature. This stump lifter is designed to pull roots and stumps out entirely, leaving behind a smooth, clear work site. No need to waste time on grinding, just lift and move on. Doesn't just chip wood, it obliterates it with raw power and efficiency. Whether you're running the 49 HP CAT diesel or the 85 HP Cummins turbo, this machine chews through brush and limbs like a beast. Forestry mulcher. The Galatrax 800 is a true titan, boasting 765 HP of raw land clearing muscle. Whether it's thick brush, dense trees, or stubborn stumps, nothing stands in its way. Chipper truck hybrid is where innovation meets brute force. With up to 1,032 HP under the hood and a massive 1,040 millimeter drum, this beast devours logs, brush, or whole trees. This machine doesn't just process wood, it dominates it. Who needs a high-end grinder when you can build your own powerhouse? This homemade stump grinder, crafted from a pressure washer engine and a Leonardi Blue Shark wheel, is proof that with the right parts and some mechanical know-how, you can take on stumps like a pro. Forget the bulldozer. This brush saw just removed a giant oak stump in under half an hour. Precision cutting, minimal mess, and no need to tear up your yard. If you thought stump removal was a slow, back-breaking process,
motorcycle hacks and tricks? Yeah, me too. So let's dive in a little deeper and see if these motorcycle hacks actually hack it. Now this one is called OMG Meat Life Hacks. I'm curious, we gotta check this one out.
दोस्तों ये इंसान के पास डबल साइलेंसर वाली आया पूजा होती है, इसलिए ये इंसान मार्केट से मदद लाके तब तक आप कौन से देश से वो नीचे कमेंट में जरूर बताएं। दोस्तों वीडियो में बहुत मजा आने वाला है, इसलिए
I hope that's not how they're speaking.
ये वीडियो को स्किप बिल्कुल मत करना, लेकिन उससे पहले दोस्तों जब ये इंसान पूरा 1 घंटा काम
How far do you have to ride to cook bacon on your muffler?
और वो इंसान पूरा ऑर्डर खा जाता है।
So, we have cooked on motorcycles before. If you remember, we did some testing a while ago on Amazon products, and we actually cooked beanies and weenies on the exhaust. But we used the header pipe. There was a whole lot more heat there. I don't know. I like the smell of motorcycle exhaust, and I love the taste of bacon. I don't know if I like the two together. I am saying plausible, but stupid. But it does give you bacon. Maybe. Alright, this next hack is called Useful Grip Hacks. Guess we're going to see what it is.
And here's a nice little hack that would help you to get your grips on your handlebar super easily. Just use some compressed air and blow it into the side of the grip and it should come right off.
Okay, I've seen this before and I think it actually works. I never tried it because I don't really know why you would do it. Oh, I know where you would use this. So maybe you forget to put one of the switch clusters on and for some reason it's on one piece and doesn't split, that you can slip it over the bar, so you have to take your grip back off to get that on. I don't know. Let's try it. I have a handlebar. Okay, let's see what we got here.
Hold on, before you start this, I'd like to say if you want to test it by trying to pull it off without doing anything.
Glue on there, which is good, that's what you want. I'll be dipped. Huh. Okay, so that actually works really well. And like I said, maybe you're gonna need it one someday, you would need to take the grip off before the clutch perch comes off here. So if you don't have a new set of grips and you need to take your clutch perch off for some reason, that's a great trick. Other than that, normally I just grab a knife and do that. But obviously you're not reusing this grip. So that makes sense. I like it. That hack hacks it. Okay, so this one here is a hack on how to siphon the gas out of your tank without drinking any, because we've all been there. Let's take a gander.
I'm going to show you how to get gas out of your tank really easily. Side-by-side car, doesn't matter. This is the quickest way to do it, the easiest way to do it. All you do is get you a piece of hose, stick it in the tank. After that, all you need is a shop vac or a little bit of compressed air. You're just going to blow the air into the tank. Just like that, baby. She's running.
No way. I've pressurized tanks before, like when bleeding injectors and things like that, but I never tried doing that to siphon gas out of the tank. I'm really curious to see if it's that easy. Oh yeah, we got some gas in there. So we're gonna stick the hose in the tank. A little compressed air. Let's see what happens. I'm not sure I like that. Let's go longer hose. Okay, put that in there. Put ourselves a rag. That looks to be down in the gas. Cover that up. Not easy. I like it. That works. Oh, jeez. Dad, you're supposed to hold the hose in the thing.
This is a hack. You're supposed to do it by yourself.
There's no in the way of definition hack does it say that.
Yeah.
No. This one is called